Up on bonds. Yes, they are. Sorry I'm running a minute late, by the way. Just trying to get some shit fixed here. God damn it. VIX over 18, saucy. Yeah, we'll see how long it lasts. I don't necessarily trust the downside here very much. Costs go up. It's zeroed out pretty efficiently. Zero up. Okay. So some support at 43.67. Despite the $5 dropping off. How much more room do we have to the downside? So we're filling the gap right now, or are we opened in the middle of the prior gap? No, we're starting to fill the downside gap from yesterday right now. But we haven't quite. Fix 18.15. I expect it will last. The 30 years nibbling at 5%. Yeah, I know, I see it. Are puts gonna take profit? There's not very many of them. I'd like to believe that they would. Ooh, now there's a lot more. Never mind. No, they may not. Very strange on the back of the data. The data was pretty good this morning. Much better than I expected it to be. Industrial production's up. Retail sales are up a bunch. People are still buying despite being broke. Top up 20%. Oh, yeah, it may run more. I don't know. I don't know what its liquidity looks like. You'd have to give me a minute. Um, oops. Oh, no, yes. There it goes. Yeah, it looks like it's. It could, I mean, there's a room for it to keep running. GME tips are getting a little bit closer together too. Hmm. Interesting. Okay. So big. I'll just show you guys on stream because I don't have time to post it in the Discord. There's a big shift in put interest now. Really significant. 4340 and 4300 are the two peaks you see there. So that's a big change from last night, right? That's going to be interesting. Was RAT officially delisted? Yep, they delisted it last night. We joked about it yesterday morning, but then it became a thing today. How does this put interest change the cat play? Well, cat hasn't slipped risk yet, but if the market falls, it'll be a problem. So the risk at 4350 is mostly gone on the longer term time frame. So you have a little bit more flexibility in this price range. But there's still a shitload of Vega risk at 4325 and 4300. So we may not see such aggressive defense here on the downside, but we may see some. I'm trying to kind of get an idea of where this is going and what's sold. If you guys give me a sec here. So the expectation, I think, for most people would be that we would fill the futures gap. Filling the futures gap would put us down at like 4330. Huh. The money calls are very much abandoned here. Let's see. Yeah, I know NVIDIA's dumping. They banned chip exports. Yeah, I mean, tentatively, this looks pretty bearish. I don't know how much that is gonna affect Cat. Obviously, Cat's options chain looks really good right now, but Dow's underperforming a little bit. I'd probably be careful with it. It's still pretty heavily weighted in SPX. It may slip lower before catching any kind of bid, but when it does, I might be interested in playing the upside range on it. But yeah, opening right there and slipping below risk, that's probably not a great start to the day. But we'll keep an eye on Dow. If an entry pops up, I'll say something. Dixie up 21 BPS. Where do you see interest rates going? Right now, up. I don't think there's anything that's gonna stop them. We retraced all of the correlation losses from yesterday. Yields are rocketing. VIX is running to meet them. I mean, It's going to be hard to stop that process now that it's going. Yields are very close to their peak here. I could actually, like, if those cross over, I could see us seeing some very, very rapid downside moves. So keep that in mind. 14 Siri up. Should I just take profits on that, or should I stay in it? Rad's dead. I have some SPX downside exposure. Okay. Retail's starting to turn around a bit here. Shin's what? XRT is moving up. That's not XRT. That's XRT. So XRT is ripping. Interesting. SQQQ's up 4% today. QQQ's down 130 basis points. So QQQ lost everything it gained back yesterday. All right, I guess yes, mostly did too. Not quite, but pretty close. Gilt yields are spicy. What did it come in at? The 30-year was kind of important. Ooh, 4.926. I'm surprised I didn't put a bigger dent in the dollar. We got Bowman speaking, and no, he already spoke. Inventories, business inventories at 10. NHAB housing market index, retail inventories ex auto. Then we got Barkin speaking again at 10:45, and he can talk about the soft landing that he wants for the 5th time. Fuck, man, that looks kind of bearish. Love you, Gurk. Where do you see interest rates going? Yeah, I mean, I would expect that we can see them continue up. There's not a lot of demand for them at these levels, right? Also, we have another auction on Wednesday? Tomorrow. Yeah, we have another auction tomorrow for the 20-year. It's not a huge one, but if it comes in with a fat tail again, that's gonna be all of the duration printing tails. So yeah, like it could spook people. It's gonna scare people that interest rates are gonna probably climb much higher. And that may create some flight to safety. Where were we expecting some? Were we expecting some covering on GME today? Still, yes. Yeah, I believe there's ETF FTDs today, like the tune of 1.1 million or something like that. I can double check for you. Do, 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 do. 1.4 million, actually. HE is pumping higher. Cool. I mean, not much. Definitely not enough to talk to me about it. Do you track Sava as a meme stack anymore? I mean, I think they diluted, so they're way less volatile than they used to be, but I still take a look at it once in a while. any reason IWM is pumping so much, less exposed to tech and super undervalued, at least in comparison to the other indexes. Yeah, I mean, yeah, breadth is going to be doing well. Dow's up, right? Or well, Dow's up compared to ES and NQ. Russell's up. So it seems that most of the hit being taken this morning is in tech. I would have expected this morning to pump if Biden hadn't banned the shipment of chip manufacturers to China, or the Chinese chips to China, which is, might I just say, awesome. Fuck you, Jensen. But that's definitely going to affect tech more than anything else. Is the data now pointing to inflation reigniting, though? Yep. The consumer will need to capitulate before the Fed will consider stopping their crusade. You know, with geopolitical tensions the way they are right now and oil prices where they're at, I don't know if the Fed's going to stop its crusade anytime soon. Maybe 2024. And honestly, probably not. If China reopens their economy at any point right now, oil's gonna go to like 150 a barrel. That's not a joke. That's like a very real price target. So yeah, I mean, and even if it doesn't, that risk premium is gonna stay priced in on oil until this shit in the Middle East blows over. Um, and that's gonna keep inflation elevated, right? And the longer oil's priced high, the longer it's going to be, like the more it's going to become a part of core, right? So right now, you know, on a lot of metrics, we got to kind of ignore oil pricing because it's not priced into like core PCE or core CPI or core PPI, right? It's X energy. Um, but over time, as oil prices stay high, they start to raise the costs on those supply chains on the producer side, and that starts to be reflected um in broader, like in the broader consumer spending, right? As it like it kind of bleeds over, so you can never really remove its effect. You can only remove its effect temporarily. And you know, we're kind of staring down the barrel of this increased oil pricing while our SPR is at the lowest levels since like the 80s, right? So until Permian Basin production comes up to meet that demand, we're very much at the whim of international oil suppliers, and yeah, it could be a rough couple years. Have we chosen a direction here? I mean, we're through the like the bear signal for today, so we're approaching the confirmation pretty quickly. Yeah, a breakdown here would be 43.40. I guess you could get a little more at like 43.60 on futures, but this this breakdown here is pretty good confirmation of the downside trend continuing, provided we do break down here. Would you say there's a decent chance we could see 4,300 this week? Yep. I mean, with the chip ban on the table, that might push 4,400 off the table, but I wouldn't say it's gone just yet. What's the word on Fubo? If R2K is running, it should do well. 264 is the break point. Even Upstart looks like it's ready to see some covering. Curious. I wonder if I should start getting some more meme exposure. See, if SPX dumps really fucking hard, though, it's not gonna matter. Speaking of JFresh, you just sent me a meme of like some dude checking the bottom of his shoe. He's like, ew, I just stepped in shit. And it says SPX on the bottom. What's the word on Fubo? Yeah, so 40, two, sorry, 264 on Fubo is the next resistance. We're into the put ladder you posted at the start of the stream, right? We're testing it. Well, kind of the top of it. We're running right up against that big pile of 4340 put gamma. I hedge my puts with more puts. Good for you, Carl. Still a lot of upside interest at 75 and 4400 getting abandoned on this drop. And I still expect them to defend 4325. So we'll see how much actual range we have here. $41.50 end of week or ban. You're not getting out of pigeon whale that easy, Cobra. After glancing over the bank earnings, I think GS looks the most sus so far. Also, most of their gains are just interest rate related, not looking too hot. I think they're probably one of the more stable banks. I'm just thinking of hedging my entire portfolio with 7 GME shares. Nice. Is your portfolio just got nothing in it, or do you think it's gonna hit the infinity pool and it won't matter? Or both? Do you see RAD going to absolute zero before ripping in OTC? They can cover shorts in OTC without affecting price too much. It'd be cool if it ripped, but it probably won't. It's fucking OTC. Although surprising how quickly they moved. That's a far cry from the normal multiple month delisting process. The NYSE hadn't even scheduled a date for them to be delisted yet. They just got the warning that they were out of compliance like a couple weeks ago. So they're moving to destroy that shareholder equity as quickly as they feasibly can. Is Dole looking attractive at these prices? It's starting to. Yeah. I'd like it cheaper, although that may not be something I get. Let's see what Dow's doing. I mean, Cat's just chopping back and forth across risk right now. You could take the chance on it, but it's a gamble. If SPX is gonna slide, that's gonna be a big problem. The long-term shorts are probably the ones behind their new financing deal. I think Bank of America is behind their financing deal. Except maybe. Hmm. Ooh, Yang moved up a little bit today. HSI didn't even do that badly last night. Hmm. $43, $40, $45, $50, $50, $45. Things still bleeding up a bit. Cat's still chopping. Hmm. All right. Binance, lol. What happened? They were delisted because the company asked to be delisted. Yeah, I know. Vic shorting or put profit taking. I'd hope the bears aren't that weak-willed. We may get some put profit taking. Enough of the puts have fallen into the money here. Although there's quite a bit more out of the money. Put delta's picking up. Yeah, delta's going up. That still looks pretty bearish. Yeah, I think we're still getting, I mean, it looks like we're still getting more put interest coming in. Quite a lot more than we are on the call side. A little bit of a battle though here at like 43.40 to 43.50. If we slip 43.40, that's going to be quite a bit more bearish. So keep an eye on that for now. But it doesn't look so hot, actually. Hmm. Tough decisions. We still have yesterday's gap underneath us, don't forget. VIX is still climbing. Yeah, yields are still moving up, so I would say this looks pretty bearish. Forward volatility returns are picking up. VIX is moving near backwardation again. Where could we go from here, though? 43.15? 43.25 or 15? Let me see how risk looks at 25. Yeah, still quite a lot of risk at 25, so I'd expect that at least to be defended. Looks like there's a bit of a call wall building up there already. But put interest is still climbing, so. Pretty oversold right now. We're pretty overbought yesterday at market open, too. Out of the mini call. $75. That'd be crazy, right? Retest 50. Okay. How are the Fubo tips looking? There's a little bit of covering today. It's weird they're selling off before SLD. I mean, it was news, right? It's not that they're closing their long positions. There was huge news this morning that dramatically affected Nvidia, right? If the tinfoil theory is correct, now that big banks have reported earnings, do you think they'll reposition for downs after holding the market up to look good? Well, I mean, their equity holdings looked a lot better, but their depositor outflows still looked really, really bad, right? Net income's better. Obviously, they're loaning at higher rates. The default rate on that net income is highly questionable, but possibly, yeah. I mean, I think we're gonna start moving into a higher volatility regime anyway, and yields aren't gonna probably stop climbing anytime soon. You say with all the money printing and inflation, the value of the dollar is going up. Shouldn't it be going down? This confuses me. Thanks, G. Well, everybody has inflation and everybody printed money. And we have the most stable economy out of all of them. So the demand for the dollar is highest. And China's attempting to make short selling harder by requiring hedge funds to hold 100% of the value of borrowed securities. This never ends well. Nope. They're just trying to keep their markets from crashing, I think. Made 60% on QQQ put I bought last night. I probably could have held it for October 31st, but I'm not going to risk it. Small port challenges. Nice. Can't watch, just listening. Can you give two and an okay when the bounce fails? We'll see if it fails. We may just see call interest start to pick up. This is a decent number of calls at 43.50. Not a ton, but an okay number. Ooh, a pump. Okay, motherfuckers. Um, 1 second. Okay, I'm back. Ooh, good morning, dork. Hmm. Well, that's interesting. Yields took a little dip there. Is that frozen? What the fuck is going on? Dow's looking a little better now. Yeah, Dow's almost back to flat. Dude, could I do one on this account? I do like 250, 80. Actually, that's the test. Maybe I should cancel that. Still under some puts, but it looks like they're selling the 40. That looks more bullish. Yeah, I agree. Let's see if it rejects before then. Is there anything for it to reject off of? Yes, 43.85 ES. So we might stabilize a little bit here. Hmm. Yeah, I think there's a chance that we pull back a little bit here before moving up higher. That was quite the pump, although I guess it could continue. The economy is fine. Markets go burr. Just ignore the market cap loss on Nvidia for the day. It's no big deal. Yeah, I know he would. They're just running from the bot puts. I mean, I would argue that they ran from them pretty successfully. The amount of bot put interest has dramatically declined on this bump. It's starting to look like 75.90. I'm just gonna buy a fucking 75 here. Oh, I want to overpay for it. Gross. Whatever. Pulling back a little. I still need it a little lower. Is it gonna pull lower, or is it just gonna fucking rip from here? Hmm. I guess I could do 75. Vertical. 25.80. That's not a bad price. Alright, I don't need to worry about much now. Show me your tips. What? On which? Which tips are you trying to see? GME? They're contracting a little, but they haven't crossed over or anything yet. So we should be close to the bottom. Has the borrow rate changed? I didn't look today. A lot of shares borrowed from IBKR yet from yesterday. Borrow rate's down though, so series borrow rate rocketed. I'm not gonna get fucking filled on that, am I? Hold on 1 second. I want to check out something on Cat. I need a higher confidence move in this account. Fubo tips pushing 265. Yeah, they're starting to contract. Fubo looks good. There we go. So I hedge a long losing call straddle leg into a spread now. The short call is negative 50%. Do you hedge the hedge and buy a short dated call to capture upside? Call straddle leg into a spread. Now the short call is negative 50. You might have been overly aggressive. Yeah, you could just buy a long call. You'd be creating like, you'd probably want to sell another of the short calls and then use that to, like, then buy the long call and create a debit spread to the upside. I assume you created a credit spread against it. Okay, so rejection. So it can be like 75, 82.50, and then 60. There we go. Yeah. QQQ. QQQ looks good. Tech turning around. Ooh, DDS is finally ripping. Yes. It's only 55 BPS of sustained upside in 30 minutes. Yeah, no big deal. Russell looks like it's pushing higher. Hmm. The Bears were that weak. They got fucking wrecked. Why did I sell my TEP calls yesterday? I don't know. Why'd you sell your TEP calls yesterday? Does this have any actual price action? Oh, that's the fucking option. That's why. 1 second. Ooh. Hmm. Okay, maybe I'll wait on that. WeBull looks kind of interesting. Rejected off 65, but bouncing on 61. Alright. That delta's back to negative. Put delta's starting to turn negative. So still a little bit of chop here. But I think we're gonna move higher soon. So SLD starts tomorrow. No, that doesn't suggest downs from then on. SLD goes from tomorrow until Monday morning. My left and right hand itches. What does this mean? Yes, I just washed, and no, I have not made white either yet. I don't know what it means. You have eczema? Are they not going to fill the upside gap after all this effort? They need a minute. They got to reposition here. When VIX 30, I was promised VIX 30. When were you promised VIX 30? Who promised it to you? I was not in it, but what was the TLDR of RAD? I'm curious. So basically they were seeking funding to facilitate the restructuring of their debt. Um, they were delisted last night per their own request, so that's kind of it. I don't really think there's anything else to say about it. I had like a little bit of exposure to it. I sold some CSPs against it. It actually did okay. I was mostly just betting on it going to $1, but they accelerated the delisting process quite a bit. Generally, companies that are refinancing their debt and don't expect to go out of business don't ask the NYSE to delist them, but sometimes they do when the company's that horribly mismanaged, I suppose. But they received funding yesterday, 3.45 billion in loans, and an additional 575 million from the sale of their Elixir assets. So they should be able to restructure, and maybe they'll attempt to come back as a public company later on. You gotta love America. You can go public with a company, build it and grow it on the back of shareholder equity, then horribly mismanage it, take it private, destroy that equity, and try again later. No, they didn't give their investors their money back. The first hour of today is more fun than all of yesterday's trading day. Yeehaw. I don't know. I'd kind of like my call side of my straddle to go in the money today too. Then it would be better than yesterday. Although I was able to close yesterday's put side of the straddle this morning, which was cool. Discord sounds fuzzy when you speak. I don't know if it's just me though. Try closing it and reopening it. Sounds like crime. Should be. Isn't. Thanks for the money, nerds. It's a beautiful con. And I said chop and then likely up, but there's red. No, there isn't. This consolidation looks poopy. It just looks like consolidation. We're at the call wall right now, or the longer dated call wall. If we clear, so we still need to clear like 65 to get away from the rest of the negative, like the put delta here. But it looks like we're going to. Like, call interest is still accumulating. I feel like I want to wait till after Friday to buy into Fubo. Maybe I should have waited on top too. Maybe not. Top's gonna be a little bit more sensitive now. Although I'm gonna get blown out not being able to day trade it. Fuck. Whatever. Where do you see the upside? Gap fill or higher? I mean, they still have like half of the bullish positioning is above 4,400, right? Like they still need to try to get that upside range so they can de-risk. But be careful on tests of delta neutral, tests of 4,400. If by some long shot we test higher than that this week, those are all likely to be met with de-risking. So be mindful of massive futures dumps. They can happen pretty quickly. How realistic is it we'll pass yesterday's high before lunch? Let's focus on 75 for now. You say mismanagement, think of all the short selling profit that was created since institutional ownership killed their sale in 2018. Fuck that, man. The company makes $26 billion on average a year and almost $6 billion a quarter. And they can't sustain any profitability. But now they're gonna close a bunch of stores and be profitable in like 2 years. That's bullshit. That's just mismanaged. Whether the management's working with short sellers or, hedge fund consultants or not, isn't the shareholders' problem, right? Like, it's still mismanaged. You should not be making 26 fucking billion dollars a year and losing money. Where's the money going? On the massive amount of debt they racked up to expand into stores which don't make money. Also, possibly litigation due to selling opioids without doing the appropriate due diligence. Popcorn Trader would like to have a word. He can have the word himself. I always do a ton of DD before I sell someone opiates. That's on a November 17, 4250p on this bounce. It'll be a lot cheaper if VIX goes under 17. I'm sure most of their stores are probably leased, Danarchy. So over 65, we should see call buying continue to pick up. Nope. A little bit of profit taking on the call side here. More stagnation. More call profit taking than there is puts coming in. Cat still hasn't broken above its resistance. It's getting close though. I don't have the daily open right now. What's I didn't write a daily today. DN's at 43.70, 368 right now. Well, it looks like we're going to hit both sides of the projected range. Fun. Check DM. Ooh. That's an awful lot of them. Nice find, Atomic. VIX instruments on Reg Show. VIX instruments on Reg Show, I mean, their options to short VIX are becoming limited. Alternatively, their options to short VIX are expanding. Is my QQQ 365C going to 100%? I don't know. What's QQQ at? Isn't it already? Call buying's picking up again. Maybe next leg up. Oh, yeah. More pumpies. I think they're going to try to fill the gap right now. The question is do we reject 50 BPS off of 43.75 when we test it? Failing VIX products is hilarious. Yeah, it looks like SVIX, SVIXy, UVIX, and UVXY all on Reg Show. Got a Volmageddon plus a financial crisis all rolled into one. Fantastic. Fucking idiots. The DN rejections have been so consistent lately. We broke through delta neutral yesterday a bunch of times. We just couldn't push higher. Volma Financial Moassmageddon. Can you explain your thoughts on VIX products being on reg show? I feel like I just did. How do you get a VIX off reg show? Where do they find the volatility to replace the missing volatility? Well, you'd have to cover enough FTDs so that the failures to the failed to delivers came down to a level that would allow it to fall off of reg show, right? I would imagine NASDAQ, Bob. Are you checking the right date? Either NASDAQ or I don't know. Probably NASDAQ. Fixed products had a bunch of FTDs, which means that somebody decided rather than fill orders for vol products, they decided to push it off for a day. I wonder why. You don't have to capitalize that. We both know why. Ratio for this is BATS CBOE. There you go. It looks like we're failing. No. It looks like we tested the upside of the gap and got rejected, but that doesn't look like a failure. This is reg show VIX products. That has nothing to do with GME. Nikiko. Does cat look like a good entry here? Well, it's slightly better than the one I got earlier. Yeah, it looks okay. Rejecting off of the resistance wasn't a very good look, but it doesn't seem to be that hampered by it. Dow's starting to move positive. Dow's pulling back a little. Negative 13 BPS. It's still outperforming ES and NQ, but I look like a failure. I don't know. How do VIX products impact VIX itself? Through hedging. Do I see 710 Treasury short ETFs? TBX, TYO, TZA, PST on threshold list, along with PSQ per share short QQQ on NYSA threshold, though. Okay, okay. Go figure it out yourself, Bob. When would FTDs occur? T69? For what? VIX products? I have no idea when they were even listed. 20K on the bounce. Nice. That was a quick day. Made back the RAD losses. Jesus fucking Christ. How over leveraged were you on RAD? Why? Don't worry, Bipolar Bear. I usually don't read your comments at all. Um, hmm. I had 5Ks in calls because why not? But because the company was going bankrupt. Now I have to stare at this synth long RAD position until 2026. Why didn't you just close the like 50 cent puts when we tested like almost $1 the other day? What options does the BOJ have when USD JPY goes over 150? I mean the BOJ is not directly involved with open market actions controlling the price of yen. That would be the Ministry of Finance. They have a big pile of reserves, like 189 billion that they haven't touched yet. So they've got some wiggle room. Are we gonna have another? Are we having another Feb 2018 Volmageddon event in the near future? I don't know. They're de-risking, right? Or they're trying to de-risk their vol shorts throughout the last like 2 weeks. We'll see how successful they are, I guess. Call still accumulating again. Mm, let me take a look. Yeah. What do you mean it's not looking good for the bulls? There's like no fucking negative price action here at all. We just have like some downward consolidation on our first test of 4,400. Good area for Nvidia puts. Probably not. It just bounced back super hard. It recovered like 360 basis points of its morning drop already. I bet you $5 we won't see 53.80 today. I mean, probably not. Spread on cat 272.50 October 20. Super wide, or is that normal? It's not that wide. Don't take the bet. No shit. It's like 2.5% on the cat spread. I think. I don't remember, but I think it's like 2.5%, something like that. You're mostly just selling the 80 to discount the at the money call. It doesn't. I mean, it doesn't really affect profitability versus a straight up call that much. Little less theta decay because they're weeklies. At what point does stimulating the economy become a necessity for China? Are they trying to deal with their real estate collapse first? And it's already been a necessity for a while now. It's not just the real estate collapse; it's their debt to GDP that's concerning. They've already laid out a lot of money. Um, if they start printing more, they could have a lot of the problems that the U.S. is now facing. Also, they don't really care about their population, right? Nor are they subservient to them. So, they're more than okay with enacting austerity measures by force in order to rectify the current issues with their economy, right? Get me on CNBC, please. Because of your $3 YOLO? Just this is MTB Dork joining us live from satellite. Hi Dork, how you doing? Well, I just made $3 on my daily YOLO, so pretty fucking great. You? America loves its population and is definitely beholden to it. Our government is designed to be slow, though. China doesn't have that weakness. So even though we rarely act in the best interest of our populace, it takes us a long time to act against them. Stonks. Trying to get that job with Tom Lay. I understand. The economy's getting tight. Democracy. Hmm. Should also get kitties bitties. That just reminded me of the shit J Fresh showed us last night. That shit was so fucked. Ooh. Wait, series borrow rate went up 32% today? What the fuck is going on with that piece of shit? So what's gonna take her gerbs? Yeah. Speaking of things JFresh showed us, your reaction when you found the cat peener thread made me laugh. You guys are insufferable sometimes. Thoughts on SPY down from here? Nah, I think we're just consolidating. Unless we get de-risking or something, I don't see us dropping rapidly. Call side interest is picking up. Still. Especially at 70 and 75. Some at the money puts being bought at 65, or well, I guess in the money puts at 65. At the money puts at 60. Who's got the higher volume? They're about even. Call volume at 70 and 75 is quite a bit higher, though. We're to the upside of gamma here. So a little bit of downside protection from the market maker. Momentum to the upside starting to pick up a little bit. It's been neck and neck with puts, but calls are starting to win out. It's okay, Dork. I sent him a green peener at 10:30 a.m. and he replied, "This market is a fraud." Are you tempted to buy calls on Siri, Upscore? I already have calls on Siri. I don't have a ton of positioning for Upstart, but I have some. There's some longer dated debit spreads for 30, 40. I might get some more. 43.66, rejected multiple times. Yeah. It's just ES 4400. I don't know if the multiple rejections really matter if they're going to keep buying calls. I'm still trying to wrap my head around failing to deliver a volatility. They're failing to deliver underlying on the ETNs and ETFs. It's not physical volatility. If we break above 75 today, we can test 80. When are we buying an estate in Costa Rica with Peter Schiff and building a mansion out of gold bars? You got to do something with them, right? Peter Schiff probably doesn't have enough gold bars to build a hut, but how far out are you targeting for Siri? I have like November 17 and Jan 24 calls. The Jan 24 calls are super old. I think my break even on all of them is at like 575. So they're not in a great spot. When are we filling Crean's gap? Alright, whatever happened to him? $14 covered calls safe. Ah, there he is. What's up, Moonman? No. No, $14 covered calls are not safe. That's a lie. Everyone knows Diamond shaves all his body hair off below the neck. Interesting. Calling Dork out just like that. Still Yang Gang tonight? Yeah, I would pick some up. Are you being serious right now? Yeah. Yeah. Nice pun. So they have the standard T13 to start covering those VIX ETFs, and the underlying would be what? VIX futures or just VIX? Usually they're both. VIX futures or both. I'm not actually sure how UVXY gets its leverage. I think it's VIX futures. But yeah, they would have the same time period. The ETFs. Well, I don't think any of them are ETFs. Maybe is SVIX an ETF? Yeah, SVIX is an ETF. So SVIX, it doesn't matter. It can be cash settled, right? The ETFs can be cash settled. The ETNs are gonna. Those are where the bigger risk is. What's our range for the day? Oh, I didn't put out the thing this morning. The low range was 43.53. 43, well, 43, it should have been 43.50, 250, but whatever. The mid range is up 60 basis points, which is 4,400, and the high range is up 120 BPS, 44.25.57. Probably falls somewhere closer to the mid range. I would say based on options positioning right now, it's pretty unlikely that we break 4,400. But we could see 4,400 if this keeps picking up interest. My expectations are overall a little bit lower than that, but it's possible. Today's 43.63 is yesterday's 43.73. Maybe not. No more data today. There's something today. I think there's another Fed speaker. Business inventories up. It should be, that's seasonal. So NHAB housing market index down. Retail inventories ex auto down. Okay. Yeah, Barkin speaking. He started speaking 15 minutes ago. And there's an ECB speaker at 1 o'clock. And then Kashkari's after market close. $30 years getting lapped up. Dixie's still dropping. Vol's still pulling back. $4,400 today or this week? Possible today, more likely this week. Higher chance of it later this week, before Friday. Yeah, ETNs also have a limited number of shares, whereas ETFs do not. What did that happen to that guy that said there was no bullish signals? Is he alive? How do you choose between profit taking and hedging? For reference, hedge some November puts bought yesterday, but missed out on 30% gains at the bottom today. Still up, but I want to manage it better. So, if you have like long dated puts and you're like, you know, let's say your strikes out here, right? Out of the money, long dated. And you're trading in, you know, this price range right now, right? And you're profitable on low tests. On lower tests, you can just sell short dated, puts against your longer dated position, right? So like if this like tests and bounce, right, and you're gonna trade to the upside of the range again. You can sell shorter dated puts like 1 or 3 DTE against your longer dated position, and that way you capture some of the downside move, right, while still leaving your longer dated position open. The risk there is that you break down through that level, right, after you sold the put. So that's why you kind of want to wait and confirm the turnaround. But even then, I mean, obviously there's some risk that it still breaks down, right? If that happens, you're kind of fucked. But if you do a good job confirming your levels, then there shouldn't be too much risk in selling some shorter dated puts against your position. And so that's a way to capture some of that profit you feel like you're missing out on. Picked up another Model 3. This time I grabbed a used one to finance. Used one to use finance and use as a gig work car. Total out the door insurance for 2 drivers is $28K. Before tax breaks, Tesla's doomed. Yep, they're fucked. Also, you might be too. What's the fucking interest rate on a used Tesla? Like 13%? ATMs are structured products that are issued as senior debt notes. Well, why are you just repeating the thing? Are you chat GPTing ETFs and ETNs? I know what they do. EV cars sound like cell phones with wheels. Soon they'll be free. You just pay a monthly. Oh, wait. Never mind. You can already do that. I still need more equity to spread, but I'll do that. Just have shorter dated call hedge now to stay roughly delta neutral. Okay. Well, at least we're protected on the upside. So what I'll usually do in that instance is like I'll sell the put and then I'll use the credit from the sale of the put to buy the call and then I can hedge off the bounce, right? I'm doing it at greater scale, so it's slightly more effective, but same idea. My guess is Tesla will have to start offering insurance. Just go into the dealership. I lost my car. I don't know what happened. I went drinking last night and I couldn't find it again. No, I don't have Find My Tesla turned on. Yeah, I could throw a cat up. It's still trying to break its upside resistance. Like out here on the 4 hour, you can see it a little better. This it needs to break through though. Once it clears like 7250, then it's got room to run. But right now it's still under resistance. And it's got to squeeze out short calls pretty much all the way up. So expect it not to move super quick. $28K is Corolla price. So not bad for a Tesla. I mean, one of those cars is strictly better than the other. What will happen to all the leasing companies if car prices go down? It's not going to be good for dealerships that are way too overstocked on used car inventory. It costs them too much money. And car prices are going down, by the way, pretty rapidly. No, YouTube's not muted unless you've muted me. Cat might not move quick, but October 20th is still the target. Yep. It either breaks out of resistance today or I close the position tomorrow morning. I just took 100% profits thanks to you. I appreciate all that you do for us poors. Nice, man. Congratulations. Is upside closing or opening up? It gets more bullish from here, right? We broke away from the put gamma. I mean, there's going to be some call profit taking as we move higher, which is something you're seeing here, but I don't think that really affects the viability of the uptrend. We're breaking to the upside of futures 4,400 now, so that's a pretty strong support level to be on the upside of. There's gonna be resistance at 75, which we're getting close to. Well, we tested, I guess. What car do you own? I have a car. I'm not gonna say because it's not very common. So I don't want a fucking Mitsubishi Mirage. If we actually break above the 75 level, do you expect it to be able to hold? Or we fall back under 75? That just depends on de-risking, right? It depends on de-risking and call side profit taking. VW bug. No, it's not a Pontiac Aztec. I wish. Do you have a driver for your Maybach so you don't look like someone's chauffeur when you drive around town? I don't have a Maybach. Is it Japanese, European, or American? European. I would never buy an American car. Owns rare car, can tell the future. It's a DeLorean. I don't drive a BMW. You guys can keep guessing, but I'm not going to tell you. Kia Niro. I used to own one of those. Yeah, I would also never buy a Jaguar, Land Rover, or Range Rover. Or an Audi. The market is this boring already, huh? What are you talking about? This isn't boring at all. We've ripped straight up ever since market open. Like, almost vertical. How's this boring? You want to give me a summary of the PDF? Turd? Ah. I just don't have time to read it all right now. I'll read it later. ETF shit from 2020. Ruth Langmore, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. I do not have an IROC-C. Market is boring. 0 GTE, 4300 C holder. P. This whole straddle thing is wildly successful with a week of theta on each leg. Everything goes either way in the money or burns less than what I would normally with the 0 DTE calls and puts. It's phenomenal. I've been telling people since October that straddles were the way. There was only a brief period where they really sucked in from June to August. And even then, they were still pretty good. They just had to kind of leverage the upside a little more heavily. I've made a lot of money off of them in the last year. Wife just had a baby. Congratulations, man. Glad I read the Pickles pick and got some good entries. Thanks for making this day even better. No problem, dude. Congratulations. That's awesome. Gork is a shill and drives a Skoda. 2 girls, 1 cup. Thanks, Dwayne. I am a shill. Is it the Mazda? No, it's not an MC20. Yeah. If I was gonna buy an Italian car, it would be a Ferrari or a Lambo. I want to buy a fucking Maserati. A shitty Ferrari. It's like getting a Scion instead of a Toyota. How are Aston Martin? Crap. Did you enter your Yang play yet? It's already passed above 11. Yeah, I'll have to buy the next strike app. But no, I haven't entered it yet. I had a Maserati Quattroporte GTS. I agree with your sentiment. Yeah, if you're gonna buy an Italian piece of shit car, you might as well buy a really nice one. No, I don't have a Rolls. Some are reliable if you get the AMG engined ones or the V12, just not the Aston Martin designed smaller engines. I mean, if you're buying Aston Martins, you don't give a shit about reliability, right? Biscotti on wheels. Okay, owners, Dad, that's the best description of Italian cars I've ever fucking heard. Volvo 850 wagon? No. I'm not going to tell you guys, even if you guessed it right. Also, Porsche Cayennes are super common. Kirk drives a 2002 Daewoo Lanos from the movie Pineapple Express. You know, no, but I owned a Daewoo TV one time. Porsche Benz, they no longer have the same ooh factor since they entered the mid price range market. You gotta sell cars, right? Porsche's 992 GT3 is pretty much the best car for the money. You're not wrong. Call profit taking at any point here, or just no? We've got a pretty solid ramp up to 4390 and then 4400 here. Futures cleared 4400. Next resistance is 4410. Still looks pretty good. We're gonna, I mean, we should run into some capitulation at some point, but I don't see any reason for calls to close yet. Dixie's still down on the day. Yields aren't pressuring too much right now. 20 years or 30 years kind of falling off a little bit, and 10 years leveling out. 20 is still kind of going up. How the fuck is Nvidia gaining back 4% of their drop now? 50%, like 50% of their sales just got shoved in the dirt, but it's okay. Cause why not? Yeah. Fucking what a load of horseshit. I've owned a couple Benzes, but it's been a long time. I had an S55 AMG and I had an E55 AMG. So they were old. This is a long time ago, but I liked them. They were much better back then, I think, than they are now. They were still expensive as fuck to fix. And the goddamn like pneumatic suspension would always go out, and the solenoids were like $5,000 a piece. I don't have a Skoda. The video October 20 puts were 10x this morning. Lots of profit taking. Yeah, but not that many puts. Mostly people just pulling back sold calls, right? Pneumatic suspension is shit. They all fail and are as expensive as fuck. I know. So back in the day, you were a finance bro fuckboy driving AMGs. I wasn't smart with my money at all. I don't know if I was a fuckboy. Probably. Who isn't in their 20s? The video 424 was a generational buying opportunity. I didn't have a Wolf of Wall Street lifestyle. I made good money. I was just I blew it all. I blew it all partying. I could have just thrown that money in the SPX and I'd be up 200%. Whatever. All right, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. All right. Little scam. Why VIX no work? I mean, why isn't it going down more? $44.16 still heavy resistance on ES. That's our next resistance on ES. Yeah, it could be. I don't think there's any reason to assume that it won't act as resistance. Ooh, cat broke to the upside. Nice. Yep. Cat's gonna start squeezing out its short calls. Test at 87. Should I burn the day trade? I don't think I get another one anytime soon. Hold on. Fuck. Actually, no. I get one tomorrow. Then one on Friday. Are you still in HE? I mean, I still have calls on it. It's just not doing anything. No, hey, it's moving a little bit. I close my account at a profit. Is it worth chasing at 275? You could. It's risky, but you could. You might want to wait for a little bit of a pullback. No, I'm not burning a day trade on cat. I was gonna burn a day trade on this. Because it's up like 230% right now. Although I guess we could keep moving higher. The bulls are well positioned. That doesn't mean future seller. Like, it doesn't mean no. Like, we're not going to get de-risking like we did yesterday, right? That's that's something to be at least concerned with, I think. Let's see how much support we find at 4380 here. And then we'll see if we move to the next bigger pile of call interest at 4390. Yeah. Yeah, I just bought the 4375 to hedge the short put or the bear call spread I sold, but it's done quite well. What's up, crypto? I sold my 4375C for 200. You'll sell yours for 200% profit. We're not the same. I'm sorry, Thunder. We just got here. Do you think we're topping out here, or do you think we can go higher? It looks pretty toppy to me. Yeah, that's what everyone said at 60 and 68 and then 75. Like everyone's been trying to call the top on this since this morning. Just they're pumping. They're gonna pump. They have a bunch of fucking out of the money call positioning for this Friday that they want in the money. Currently only the 4375 out of that is in the money. And they still have 4400 and 4425. They want these in the money. They didn't buy them to fucking have them expire worthless. Now, don't get me wrong, they may not be able to, but right now we're above delta neutral, and they've got a way better shot at it than their chances of failing. So I'm too dumb to call the top. I sold my puts and bought a call. I'm up a ton on the day. Nice. Moon into the 20-year auction? Possible, yeah. Don't be sorry, I made money and I'm not taking big risks on anything until I hit 25k. After that, I'll toe rig gang directional options. You have to take even less risk when you hit 25k. Jfresh says if SVX breaks this, SVX is gapping up and overshooting 4420. Um, uh, uh, that's a bit bullish. Are you sure he's not just shit posting? Like, we could hit 4420, but I don't think we're just gonna gap to it. I also don't think we'll probably hit it today, but ooh. Mm. Hmm. Less risk at 25K. I was planning on YOLO to try and make it big. Well, there's a few things. First of all, you don't have to take as much risk once you have PDT restriction removed because you can open and close trades much more efficiently. But yeah, I mean, the more money you have, the less it becomes about making money, and the more it becomes about preserving how much money you have. Although, I mean, 25K is not a lot, but it's a start. XRT calls go burr. I grabbed some this morning for Friday. Yeah, they are going burr. The print was really good for retail sales too, right? Which is ridiculous, but would you say a futures dump like yesterday is possible but unlikely, or no way to know? There's no way to know. But the risk at 4350 is largely removed, and I think that's what we saw risked off yesterday. So I would say that the chances of a dump on the future side, at least at these levels, are a little less likely. I think we just hit a new high, right? Or, well, we're close to a new high over the last 2 weeks. Very close. What was our actual high? We tested 4,400 on the 12th, roughly. I guess it's a little closer now, but if we top 4,400, a good entry for November SPX bets. I don't know. VIX is still pretty high. I think VIX could. Well, maybe it is. Maybe VIX isn't all that high. I'm informing you that I in fact got blown up full porting at the 4375 resistance. Maybe you haven't. If we fail 4390 or 4400, we could fall back below that level. Let me see what interest looks like. Call buying's picking up here. Put buying's picking up. Yeah, I think we're gonna run into some chop here. Hmm. But how much chop?
I see very few reasons for us not to test 4,400. I see one reason for us not to test 4,400, but that's about it. Yeah, I mean, the momentum's definitely there. Went to a meeting last hour. Your 43.75 printed hard. I should have known better than to doubt you, man. Forgive me. It's all good, dude. The market, I mean, this range is really unstable, so it's it's not your fault. Ooh, yeah, I see that. Yeah, I'm very hesitant to cut calls still, despite both sides of the straddle printing. I've got some stops, but they're pretty wide. Also, Dork. 0 to hero. HE's looking decent. Yeah, it's moving. The ask for my Siri calls is going kind of nuts. Yeah, Ivy's starting to pick up on it again. Got crushed out a little this morning. It was higher yesterday, though. Same, same. I got stops to lock in green day for the port, but I'm playing it loose because I belong to the pickle jar. Alright, fine, dork. If it breaks 4,400, I'm gonna be super pissed at you. I'll put a trail stop. How's that? I figure if we lose 85 here anyway, we'll probably go back to like 74, right? Like if the longer dated positioning doesn't drive us up, we're gonna retract pretty hard. So this is definitely a risky level. Um, we're either gonna smash through 4390 and push up to 4400, or they're gonna lose their positioning and we're gonna pull back to like 75. And seriously, that could fucking go either way. I think the Bulls are winning. God damn it. October 17, 4370. Yeah, they're buying more calls. They're trying. Is the WeBull account past 10K? No. It was at 10K last week and I blew it up again on Friday. The drop Friday slaughtered my spreads. Should be 6K by the end of today, as long as I don't beef this. That term needs to be used way more often. It's a good term. Gonna break 4,400 today? They're sure as shit trying for it. It's a good term, but I've been favoring bungled as of late. You know what else has to happen more often? You taking your shirt off. Maybe. Every time I fucking hit 10K on this account, I run out of day trades and I get fucked on spreads. It's happened like 5 times now. I don't know how to avoid it. I have to just sell more fucking options or pace myself way slower. But I kind of decided that I was going to pace myself a little slower over the weekend. I'm targeting too much per day. Like 1,000 per day is just too greedy. Switch strats after 10K. Well, the problem is most of the 10K is unrealized gains, and then they get fucked. No, there's no half cash on WeBull. Margin's just margin. Cash is cash. They don't split it like Fidelity. Dirk said you were gonna be smarter. Nah, we'll see. My biggest problem with this account is like the positions generally mimic what I'm playing in my other account. I mean, they're a little different because I have to like sell spreads instead of just going long in some places, but they're not that different, right? And the biggest issue is like we get a sharp turnaround, and I have the choice between setting stops on, you know, like 45 contracts or setting stops on one. So I can tell you which one I'm going to choose every time. Like yesterday, I had puts. Yeah, well, I didn't have puts on this account, but I had puts on the other play account that me and Dork are fucking with. And I had puts on my main account, right? When we were trading at the top and we got that massive drop to 58. But I had like 45 puts. And by the time I got gapped over my fucking stop and reset my stop and went to go look at the other account, we are already back to like 43.75. So it's like, what are you gonna do? Yeah, I could get rid of PDT, but then that gets rid of the fun and the challenge. I'm ready for you to stop ignoring me. Why is GME flat? Why not? Why would it pump? It's not OPEX. My solution, this won't work for you, is just to stop trading for a few days if I get up against PDT. I tell myself I have other games to play. Yeah, that's not gonna work. I mean, I haven't actually blown it up yet. I just keep oscillating between 10,000 and $2,000. One time I blew it up all the way down to like 900, and then I got it back to 10K again. The number of times I've gotten it from like two two or three to 10K at this point is actually fucking ridiculous. Dork hates me. Like the turnover is great. I've traded like $110,000 in premium. I mean, I can definitively say this: PDT accounts are garbage. Even with the ability to hedge risk, unless you have like a full-time job and you can't watch your trades ever, I can't think of a single fucking good reason to use a margin account under $25,000. It's actually fucking trash. It's a system designed to it's designed to force you to scale slowly, but really all it does is make you lose money. It's a feature, not a bug. Yeah. Like I get it if you have like a full-time job and you need to sell spreads and you can't like manage positions all day every day. And in that case, you know, targeting like that slow growth is fine. But if you're trying to like grow an account quickly, trash. Absolute trash. You can't trade spreads in a cash account. Yeah, I know. Bulls are losing momentum, but they haven't lost momentum. You can trade SPX spreads in a cash account. Some brokers allow that. Most don't. And I think in Fidelity, you have to have like, don't you have to have like 25 grand to do that anyway? So it doesn't matter. I'm at the 900 point right now, so you give hope to the TJ pickles. I mean, you could definitely turn $900 into 10K. I don't know if you can go above that though. What I would probably do if I was doing this, like, because I had to do it, I would probably go like, I would probably open five $2,000 margin accounts and then trade one each business day until I had like a net total of 25,000, and then I'd consolidate it all into one account. That way you don't ever run out of day trades. And you can keep the hedging options more open. Is IBKR greater than WeBull? Yeah, but for less obvious reasons. Mostly due to the customization of options positions. Although Webull did finally fix that thing where it wouldn't let me turn long positions into spreads. My Yang call won't fill. Bad liquidity or just a bad price. Here's that push. I better not have gotten stopped out. I'm gonna be super angry with Dork. Ah! Fuck you, Dork. I did fill at $3, but you made money, but I could have made so much more. Alright. Is this gonna keep breaking up? Eat shit. I know, I know. Looks like we won't be depositing any money into that account this week after all. Why is the spread so wide on cat? That's the range. What's funny about you saying is I did that by mistake with like a fifth of that capital, so my second account is less sad. Oh, okay. Pump before 2 of the Mag 7 tank Wednesday after hours. Yeah. Ooh, VIX below 17. I can finally buy puts. Do you think they can get 44.50? I think they're gonna fucking try. Maybe not. Maybe just gamma neutral, but they're definitely gonna try. What puts are you buying? I don't know yet. I haven't bought them. Uh, Cat's pushing to break 75 now. Dow's up 45 BPS. Dow's kicking the shit out of tech today. That was a good choice. I feel like if we break up here, it's gonna be fast. Well, calls are still trickling in. Profit taking. A little bit, but not enough. It's still pushing up. VIX 17 just broke. I think WeBull's options are commission free, aren't they? I took a lot of money off the table at 43.86, playing with only profits on the day now. Remind me this is smart? Probably. It's telling that Apple's down on the day. Yeah. I mean, and then the Mag 7 really aren't doing that well today. QQQ's underperforming a lot. Most of this is driven by breadth. Yeah, the chip news hit Nasdaq really hard this morning. QQQ is about to hit gamma neutral. God damn it. No. The fuck? It did that thing where it wouldn't let me open a spread again. Lame. Still a chance we bounce unless we break 43.85, but I had to take profits. The cat still look on track to you? Yeah, looks good. It broke resistance, right? So, I mean, it can pull back to trend. That's fine. I still think we'll get a continuation into the rest of the week. So I'm not too worried about a pullback to around there. Beyond that, then I'd probably stop out. I took profit on casual 15%. That's it? Alright. That was in and out really fast. Can you tell me what the crazy pump was? Any news? Just bulls with too much money. Just positioning. Got in late after confirmation. Oh, okay. I booked 40% with Cat. Was in too big to hang on for the ride. 50 contracts. That's about what I'm sitting on. Once the short calls on it start capitulating, it can move the rest of the range really fast. That's why I'm kind of holding off on taking profit. I have a couple contracts on here too. They're a little narrower, but I can't take as much risk. Overhold Docu 4250. Smart to get out now. I've regained about 80% of the money invested. Set stops, but clicked daily instead of GTC. Then I forgot about them. Thoughts? Give me a minute. I have to look at it. Docu looks really good. Like really good. You you sure about what's your call at and how much time do you have? Friday? What are you 43? Oh, you have 4250s? Yeah, I mean it looks like there's a decent amount of accumulation here. Fuck, should I go long docu again? I just got out of it too. Ah, I have to think about it. Docu November 45C or under $1. Really? Is this a good price for Docu buy and hold? It was, but I wouldn't do it again. This is where I bought it last time. Like over here. And then I sold calls on it for like almost a year, and I just got assigned selling 40s before earnings. Um, I don't think I want to get back in it though. I think they'll do okay with the with the with like the economic environment, but I don't think they're gonna do great, and so I kind of want to stay away from it. But calls, on the other hand, are another story. Imagine if Popcorn Trader had gone long docu last year instead of CERN. Hmm. I'll have to think about it, but it doesn't look that bad. It looks like it could move up at least another dollar. Pop them off. Roll out for more theta? Uh, you're already in the money. Do you really want to? You could. You could roll out after OPEX. Although I feel like it's been a while since Doc you had any like cool OPEX price action. Yeah, a little bit. When's the next push? If we fail 85, we're gonna fall back. I think we're gonna fall back to like 75. VIX is picking up here. This looks like it's starting to turn around. That's why I cut the calls. What SPX would close would fuck the pumpers under 43.75. I think SPX is starting to look a bit dumpy in my regard. No, this is a little more bearish. But it's like downside's far from confirmed. They're starting to buy. They're starting to buy calls again. So yeah. Well, sell calls. So there's some profit taking. Sorry, sell calls. They're starting to sell calls. Looks like the 70 and 75 are taking some profits. Jesus, there's a lot of room to the downside. Idiot bulls hodl, they can stabilize. Yeah. You think they will, though? They're already taking profits on the 70, 75s. I think we could, I think potentially we could pull back to like 65 again. And still hold like the higher range into tomorrow. This was a little too much too fast, right? Especially if they're gonna lose ground here. Because call sellers are already coming in. We were right about Cat pulling back a bit there. Yeah. It's a safe-ish strategy to grow a small port. The safe-ish. Really well-defined spreads. Like 15 to probably really well-defined like 7 to 14 DTE out of the money spreads. But you have to be able to manage them. If you can manage them, you can make decent money. Most days you'll win. Or most weeks you'll win, and then some weeks you won't. But if you hedge appropriately, you should be able to minimize the risk. They're just really easy to manage. Longer dated condors are pretty easy to manage too. You have to practice managing them, but they're very easy to manage. I know a crash is generally unlikely, but at this point, would you be surprised in the least if we crash in the next 4 to 5 weeks? No. I think I mean, the way I look at crashes is there's always a chance that one happens, right? And like the probability is always extremely low, and then you have periods where probability is higher, right? I think we're in a macro environment where the probability is much higher than it is normally, right? But the chances of one actually happening are slim. You really need to destroy a lot of value very quickly in order to, especially where the market is now, in order to create sufficient fear to propagate an actual crash. Like you would almost need a crash to get an additional crash. Dork was right about what? Taking profits? He wasn't. We moved up one more time, and I'm still mad at him about it. I could have eked out another $3 on my contract. Pablo Puma, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got roles. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat.
Are you saying that COVID's not scary anymore? I mean, we didn't crash because of COVID. We crashed because businesses were shutting down and no one knew what was going to happen. We could have also gone to zero. We could still test 4,400. We haven't lost enough ground yet to say that we can't. I don't think we will at this point, but you and I have very different approaches to gambling away $90. Are you sure that NYSE servers didn't have a fever?
Around 500 watching, 237 likes. Please like the video and show Gherk some love. If you guys could, I'd appreciate it. Is this an acceptable pullback for Cat? Just in line with SPX? Yeah, I mean, Cat could pull back even further. It could pull back to the gap. And that would still be healthy. It already had a 1% move up to the upside today, or like 1.2%. So I think a continued pullback of even like 0.4% still is fine. Like, doesn't change my thesis or anything. I closed my cat calls before for 50% gain. I'm happy. Nice. Curious, why not take profit at the top of the range and get back in during the predictable pullback? I took profits on some of them. I actually can't close the ones on this account at all. But I took profits on some cat calls. I just left the rest. So I still have like 50 contracts, I think, roughly open. It might be like 52 or something like that, but because I don't think I'll get another entry below like sub 270 or 271, right? And I don't want to micromanage such a small position. Great play on Cat. Thanks for the win. You got it, dude. That's on where Fubo's headed. If it breaks 61, it can test 3. Nope, it broke, or 64, sorry. It broke 64. So that's a good look. Back on its uptrend, right? Getting some covering. If we get a lot of covering, we can get a big move. Motherfucker, we're back over 85. Fucking bulls. Ugh. Alright, maybe they try again. What are you, some kind of chauvinist pig? They're technically cat bull debit spreads, right? Was my 4400 0 DTE YOLO going to print? I don't know. It might. I already closed my 4400 0 DTE YOLOs, but maybe you'll get there. It's definitely greedy, but it could. Like, they're buying calls right now, but they're not gaining a lot of momentum. Yeah, they've kind of run out of room unless they can reposition in this range. They could still reposition in this range and drive the price higher. There's definitely enough call delta at 90 that they can push through it. The problem is the longer we stabilize here, the more and more calls are going to be sold above like 43.90 and 43.95, right? And that's going to put downside pressure on the like 0 DTE's calls coming in. Wall Street Bet regards day trading, aka buying 0 DTE calls whenever you see a red candle Only have so much juice before they need a big boy to buy something with theta. Yeah. Ooh, losing 80 there is not good. How would you structure your cat play as a credit spread? Hmm. I probably would have sold like 70 this morning. Actually, would that have done it? I don't know. It's gonna be hard to tell with the current pricing. But I probably would have like sold um the in the money put spread like 72 50 75 and then bought a call. And that might have been net credit. I don't know. But you could get more upside exposure than just the bull put spread. Or maybe just sell the whole spread in the money. Just sell the 72 50, buy the 280. Or sell the 80, buy the 72.50. Gross. I don't know. I don't like that much. Let me see something. Just sell the 80, buy the 72, and then I could buy the 75 call. Yeah, I probably would have sold the 72.50. Here's the problem is assignment risk in the pin range though. Like I mean there's not a lot if you buy a call, but there's a little. It's kind of shitty. But yeah, you could have done that at a net credit. There's so much pin risk though, Dork. Like your chances of getting assigned on the in the money 280 are really high with 3 days to expiry. Sales trading revenue up 8% to 4.4 billion. 0 days of trading losses in quarter 3 2023. Imagine. God, now they're bragging about it. That's healthy. But that's global markets. That's not their primary portfolio. You're expecting a drop or a grind up from here? Well, we lost 85. It's not exactly great for the Bulls. But if calls get cheaper, I mean, this is really a question of how much they can stabilize price action, right? Like they're buying the 75 again in the money. We might test 90 again. But we'll see what happens as calls get cheaper into the afternoon. They could definitely still pump from this range. If we lose 75, not so much. But from this range, they definitely could. Right now, though, the price action is distributive. Longside momentum's falling off. We're seeing an increase in out of the money sold calls, right? And that's gonna you know push the market maker down if nothing else. I take one work phone call. Are we bullish on Fuberto now? I've been bullish on Fuberto for like a year. But I bought some calls like last week, and I feel like I warned people multiple times about selling CCs. Atomic, wait, hold on. Atomic, is Fubo running and you have no CCs out? Where's the gap on Cat? It's at 72.44. I really hope you took mine your advice on that one. Well, I'm just curious. 43.65 inbound next 15 minutes. 75 is going to be a tough resistance to break. I have no CCs out, and I'm already exuberant. VIX chats? Wait, what? The daily candle on Nvidia is fucking stupid. Fuck this market. But all those covered calls went out of the money. You have to close them, right? Whenever Fubo goes under 230-ish, I buy 250 calls, rinse and repeat. It's not a bad strat. No, you don't. Yes, you do when 90% of your portfolio is Nvidia, dork. You can just think to yourself, man, Nvidia's net profits just took a 20% hit. I guess it's time to lower their multiple by 10 basis points. Alternatively, you just believe that Jensen will find a way out of it, and he's a God King Chad. I want to get something to eat. Can I do that now? I'm not exposed to anything, right? Or overexposed to anything. Nah. Should I take my 3 cents off of Rad, dork? I want to strangle you through my computer screen for saying that. I'm talking with a supplier for a replica of your VWAP hat. How many should I order? I'm willing to sell them at cost. If you post a link to them in the Discord, I'll ban you in a heartbeat. Gherk, enjoy your ham and cheese croissant. I don't have a ham and cheese croissant. Although, that does sound good. I'm so glad I didn't FOMO into calls. Do you think they de-risked anything yet? No, not really. What, your rad calls aren't 10x overpriced? Well, they're worth 3 cents. Nope, never mind. They're gone. Breaking: South Korean news agencies report man in black leather jacket running through DMZ with sack full of computer chips. I believe he'd do it. Enjoy your ham and Gruyere quiche. Thanks, man. I'm so glad I didn't FOMO into calls. Do you think they de-risked? What if I give them away for free? Nope. No merch. If there's ever going to be merch, I'll be the one to sell it. So you're saying 4380 calls are smarter than puts under 4375. 4380 calls are smarter than puts under 4375. Probably. Although, how far under 4375, or if we break under 4375, are both seriously up in the air right now. No, I'm not giving you VWAP hats. What if we create a VWAP hat shop and the link to pay is your Ko-Fi? No, I have no quality control. There has to be quality control. They have to be good hat. They can't be shit hat. Wool, right? At a minimum. When have you given a shit about the quality of product you deliver to these fucks? Unfortunately, always. If you wear the hat in public, you're gonna spend the entire time explaining how it's not the Nicki Minaj song or whatever. Yep. I wouldn't put it past a poor, i.e. me, to trademark the name and likeness. Who's to say I haven't? Do you enjoy lawsuits? Ayo, my quality control captive, your mind, body, and soul. For who the bell tolls, let the rhythm explode. Big bad and bold boys of old. If anybody asked me, I'd say it means very white-ass person. Nice. I would enjoy a lawsuit if it means I get to see you in court. Why would I go to court? That's what lawyers are for. Cat's starting to turn around here, says the SPX. Very woke assistant professor. Why don't you just tell them the truth? Volume weighted average, and by the time whoever asked will leave. I wore it in public one time and regretted it immediately. You drop this lawsuit if you agree to manage my port. Nice try. But I haven't closed out crypto. I mean, I guess I could watch QQQ, but that seems less fun. Eh. Do you regret wearing the hat in public because you were spotted by a pickle jar member? No. Just a lot of people asking me why my pussy was so wet. It's hard to explain. Especially in public. A perfect segue to invite them into the fold of Lady VWAP's warm cult. Are we gonna break 75? I hope we do. And then break 4,300. What's it look like for SVX now? Down or chop? We'll probably find some support at some point. 43.75 is a good level to find it. Dork doesn't work in HR, Odorous Dan. That's Han. Han does all our HR work. Not because she's a girl. I picked up some 43.75Ps for tomorrow in hopes to build my overnight straddle a little early. Seeing as we're the upper level of the range, is that dumb or just more risky than end of day? I would say it's more risky, but you'll probably get the entry into the other side. Although, like, the thing I don't like about those is that, like, you sometimes you have to reposition them before the end of the day, and that can be kind of a pain in the ass. Like, if we shift range in the late afternoon hard, you're gonna have to reposition. You'll make money though, so it's not as good as directional exposure, but you'll still make a little bit. Odorous Dan, your complaint has been filed to the proper personnel. Please check your inbox periodically to see if we give any fucks. Spoiler, we don't. That's my kind of customer service, and the kind that you should expect. Do you recommend staying far away from Tesla earnings, or does the straddle make sense? Uh, I mean, straddles are probably just overpriced, right? Like, at the money straddles are definitely overpriced. There's other approaches, but that probably isn't the best one. Especially fucking Tesla earnings. Jensen said Nvidia sales will be fine without China. That's because he's gonna loan cards to people so they can get financing to buy the cards. At 8%. What? Discord dead? No, I don't think so. But did you send me something? Because your servers are down? I got it. Was it not going through or something? Oh. Hmm. Yep, Jimmy's still flat. Are you seeing much changing in OI? No. Fall interest is kind of picking up a little bit, but not a lot. Hmm. How much more downside do we have left here? This is pretty well defended, right? Well, we're either gonna bounce right here or lose the 75 level. Hmm. Definitely lose the 75 level. Clear deep in thought, but then I realized that the stream paused in the last 5 minutes. It could have been either one, though, right? Guess who has the cards in stock to deliver to CoreWeave now? Get fucked, CoreWeave! I think if we get back below it, it proves the bears are in control. I don't know if it really proves much. It looks like futures are gravitating towards yesterday's close. Futures are gravitating towards 4,400. They're going to continue to do that. The real question is do we find support before then? So, like, if we find support here at 4,405, that's super bullish. I think TQQ is too expensive because it's weeklies, right? Uh, hmm. Hold on, let me think about this. That that could be a better option. No way they let this slip 75. It just did. Hmm. Risk off? Yeah, it's got to be risk off. Fuck. Yep. I don't fucking buy calls on something here, I'll tell you that much. Um, Hmm. I don't know. It's going to depend on if they risk off more or not. Let's see. Still plenty of support at 70, 75. Look at the net. Yeah. And there's a call wall at 60. Net call buying's picking up. Increased put selling here, so I think they'll defend this as best they can. I'll find out when future selling slows, but we're back at 4,400, so there should be resistance here if nothing else. The recoveries are getting weaker and weaker, Dad. Really, we had a higher high today. We've had progressively higher highs since last Friday. 407, 415, and then today's high of 423. Despite the morning drop. After a de-risk dump like that, does it free them up to pump again like we saw yesterday? Probably. I just bought calls here at the bottom, so. Thanks for the pump call this morning. Yeah, no problem, man. 43.75. Yep. Danger zone. Ah. Think so? Yeah, I guess under 73 is a little risky. I have tight stops. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Remember yesterday, 43.72.50 plus or minus $2. They're selling a lot of puts on the spike in VIX, so, but they're going to be nearer dated, right? So they're not going to help them bring VIX down. And they got to fend off the call capitulation, so. Choppy is the word I'm looking for. Volatile is the word you're looking for. There's nothing choppy about 50 BPS moves up and down. If they don't have millions of contracts, then why would they care about a dollar difference in close for cash settled options? Or is it they have thousands of contracts, so they care very much? Bought a call near the bottom today and a put near the top. It's nice to have puts and calls that are both up. Nice. Well done. But you didn't close the call? They're stabilizing the dump. A little bit. Let's see if they can keep stabilizing it. Momentum isn't in their favor yet. Not by a long shot. But it might start turning around a little bit. We'll see how much continued support there is at the 4,400 level. It's also just their global, it's just their global desk. Like, it's fucking, I wouldn't be surprised if it just didn't trade all that much. I can't day trade, so sadly not. It makes entries really important. Why not? Are you just out of day trades? No. You can sell like in the money. So if you have like a 43.75 at the bottom and we go up to like 43.90, you can sell the 43.70, right? And then you capture all of the realized profits, and if it falls below 43.70 by the end of the day, you'll make even more money. You make like another, well, probably not 500 because you won't get that good of a fill, but and then you don't use a trade. Because now the time to sell Fubo CCs right into earnings, asking for the entire Discord. No, that's really stupid. When's earnings, by the way? Beginning in November, right? I used to struggle so much with day trades until I switched to a cash account. It's so much easier. Yeah, it is. 11.3 pre-market on Friday. No, that's like weeks away. We've got a whole OPEX between then and now. Wall Street Bets regards getting turgid again. Dude, there's none of that is Wall Street Bets. Man, the 10-year absolutely fucking ripped on that. Look at this shit. With how many people do work from home, I think both of us would be surprised. Maybe. Fuck. That's almost the lowest dip in the bond curve since July 6th. Look at this shit, dork. The 5-year's fucking going nuts. So's the 10. Why is the 10? That's fucking weird. No, no, no. Vol's getting crushed. Well, they're trying to crush Vol. Oof. Yikes, yeah. No shit. It could go up more. If we lose futures 4,400, there's a lot of room to the downside. $43.67. Yes, is it 43.97? Yeah, that's not really losing the resistance yet, though, right? It's far from a confirmed breakdown. Let's step away for an hour. What happened to our bull day? Ran out of gas. When is TLT a goodbye? DCAing some amount of it's probably not a terrible idea right now with theta. But it could go lower. If we lose 4,400 on ES, do we lose the chance of 4,400 SPX tomorrow? No. We'd probably have to lose like 43. We'd probably have to lose like 43.85 to lose the chance of 4,400 tomorrow. Why the fuck would I have AMC on screen? I don't trade that trash. TLT is a good buy once yields hit 15 to 20%. Yeah, it's not happening. Well, it might, but it'll be very brief. I had to step away for an hour. What happened to the bull day? AMC is 10 cents a share at the moment. Is it really? What a piece of shit. That's $10 a share. The YouTube About page says you do. Yeah, I'll have to change that. Pre-split? What the fuck does the pre-split price of it matter? Time to buy AMC puts? I'd wait longer. It could probably run. Would you rather have Larry Fink, Lisa Sue, Jamie Dimon, or J-Pow take a dump on your chest? None of them? You're into some weird shit, Bob. Ooh. I get stopped out of my calls here. I'm gonna be fucking pissed. Oh, you know what I'll do? I'll just get rid of the stops and average them down. Adam Aaron showing his chungus to underage women is bullish, don't you know? Didn't he just show his chungus to what he thought was an underage woman? AMC is gonna get delisted. Fucking goddamn it. I might have sold you those calls. Well, it doesn't matter. I got stopped out of them. I had 75s. I'll probably buy them again in a minute. Nah, I didn't get a chance to pull the stops. It seems like an excessive amount of de-risking. There's an excessive amount of risk. I don't think bulls are gonna like this week. We have 19 Fed members talking. Yeah, they're all saying fucking dovish shit, though. And the only one that matters is J-Pow. Nobody actually gives a shit what any of the other Fed members say. No, I didn't. You said at what level does it turn bearish for tomorrow? Below. If we lose ES like 43.85, that's pretty shitty. No, I'm not stopped at a cat. I sold some of the cat shit at the top today. But the rest is just house money. And I can't close the ones on here. There's no more trades. Are you still gonna buy calls? Yeah. Just not yet. You know, it'd be really cool, Dork, if the shitty call spread I sold this morning that I had to hedge goes out of the money. It was early, but not wrong. I mean, when you're dealing with zero DT, it's kind of the same thing, right? This is losing a lot more than that, though. Hmm. Volume's not quite as bad as it was yesterday on the downside. Pentagon about to give a briefing on troop deployment to Israeli waters. Oh shit. Bonds are going crazy. Yep. Correlation's picking back up again. VIX is still getting fucking... I mean, like, relatively still getting slammed into the dirt, though. God, VIX should be so much higher right now. What a fun day. I shouldn't have closed my puts at 43.80, though. Anyone else's margin cut in half since Friday on futures? Since the conflict started. At a certain point, do these bull pumpers get their risk down low enough that they can just snap it shut and dump the market? That's the idea. 2,000 US troops already en route to Israel. Being shouted, there's real fear of a large-scale terrorist attack on the other side of the Atlantic. Hmm. Chance of a bounce? We'll see. Let's see if VIX starts coming down. Ooh. It's not looking good for G-Sims. No shit. Jim Jordan failed the first vote for House Speaker. 200 to 217 needed. On the weekly chart, Cat still looks pretty good. Perhaps being concerned with the daily is not so important. I'm not concerned. Straddle SPX here or too early? Interesting. Are you going longer dated on the put side? Wall Street Journal just posted 8 minutes ago about it. About what? Troop deployment. I mean, it's escalation. Is the U.S. going to invade Palestine? I mean, probably not. "2000 Marines news was hours ago. Standard in conflicts with allies. No V for the Bulls. Not yet. Alright, I'm going to set a conditional here. If we break above 65... What's that? So... 470 BPS. 47 BPS. 47 BPS. Buy the 70. If we break below 457. Alright, I'm gonna go grab something to eat. I'll be right back. Ooh, nice. Good fill, Dork. I think my conditional triggers here on the 70s. I don't think this was news-based. I think it was just de-risking. We've seen the same behavior for like the last 4 days now, right? 3 days. Well, 4 days. This is Jensen's vision, you pleb. I'll eat yogurt and the yogurt to de-risk from ball the snacks I ate before bed. Okay. Interesting. Jimmy's become really gross. I can't do anything with it, which is probably best right now. Trader Joe olives are questionable as hell sometimes. You guys ever buy those packets of olives from Trader Joe's? They're like a foil pack, and you rip them open, and they're full of olives. It's a snack pack, yeah. I mean, I understood the statement. Anyway, so I usually, like, anytime I go to Trader Joe's, I buy a bunch of those. They're like the manzanilla olives, I think. Check them for black mold before you eat them. I found that on more than one occasion. It's really gross. I think it's because they're just brines and there's no there's no like they're just salted, right? There's no brine in the bag, and then the bag isn't like vacuum sealed. Mm. That's just pepper. Tell yourself that. Mold, same like probiotics. Not exactly. Trader Joe's motto should we put fruits and vegetables in unnecessary plastic for your viewing pleasure? Does anybody know what the fuck has been going on with produce since the pandemic? Like, I know supply chains got fucked and they started, like, major suppliers started getting more and more produce from like local growers, but everything just rots in like 2 days. Less time to spray the preservatives. Isn't that usually just nitrogen though? That's a feature, not a bug. I'm not growing my own fucking produce. I'll just buy a farm and have someone grow produce for me. All right, Astral Night Terrors. If Jamie doesn't hit $20 by the end of the week, I'm gonna ban you. All right. Deal. I've been macro carbing whipped cream this whole time. I've got wicked gains. Man, you must be able to run for miles. I can't hear what you're saying until you find another credit card, Cobra. I'll ban myself. Fair enough. I'm just banned preemptively for making us think about GME. Like, GME's probably gonna run, but $28 is ridiculous. That would require people, like, buying calls on it. I can't wait to sell the top. Maybe I'll just create the top. Hmm. What's your top? I don't know. Let me call American Express and see why they turned off my black card. I think you just do it every month because you like the attention, Cobra. Look out, there's an RSS guy threatening to buy 100K worth of GME soon to make it rocket. So I'm more than happy to sell him 100K worth of GME. Maybe. Me too for 100K a share. Look out, Pulte's gonna buy another checks notes 400 shares. How's it gonna explain the fraud to all the BBBY people? She'll just insult them by making them beg for a $50 GME gift card. Thoughts on T earnings coming up? I don't have any. Is the dividend going away? Probably not. I do have T, I just don't give a fuck about their earnings. Here's what matters to me with T. That they continue paying me 7.7% a year and they don't go out of business. Because your average is good, and you just average down too. Yeah. So? I heard they're going out of business and also not paying a dividend. Well, if that were true, the stock would be like 50 cents. Who's your least favorite person in the GME saga? And why is it Pulte? I mean, it's not Pulte's fault GME doesn't make any money. He's up there. Bear flag on SPY? Yep. Nah. Yeah, it is. Oh, might break up though. Why did you make me buy that call? I didn't have anything to do with you buying that call. I have an incorrectly priced conditional order for 4370s, which I haven't filled. You know damn well why you bought that call. They're still pushing. Fucking idiots. Well, what else are they gonna do? If they pull back the pump, the market's gonna drop to like 40, like 40, 50. So, and VIX is gonna rocket. Rock in a hard place. They need to push SVX. Yeah. I'd like to volunteer myself for discovering DRS as least favorite person. DRS is that is your fault. Although you never pushed DRS on anyone, right? What do you want the 70s for? Well, if it bounces. I have a conditional order with a limit buy that I'm not entirely sure will actually ever fill, but it could. And if it does fill, that'll be really fun. Turd, it was you? Yeah, it was. I mean, you didn't think any of those fucking idiots on Superstonk found DRS themselves, do you? Who was responsible for Freg's Day? I mean, the thing that was mostly responsible for Freg's Day was people not taking profit on options that were 10x, right? But we could blame Cohen. All right, Dork, if we chop here for 5 minutes, I might get my limit buy. Ooh. Don't break up yet. Chill out. Why are you using a conditional order? Because I went to go get lunch. I got one contract, so I really need this to get wrecked one more time, though, so I can fill on more. Drop back to 65. Do it. It was a good conditional order. Ah, oh, you bitch. I'm gonna have to fucking move it up, aren't I? Are you confident in a close over 43.70? No. I'll tell you what I'm confident in that will be above 43.70 sometime between today and tomorrow. You might not get it. I might not. I can move up the limit. I don't want to, but I could. I don't mind buying them at the money. Bulls are gonna fuck me with their incessant call buying. Just let me buy some too. Fucking fucks. Ah. If they fail under 40, under 70, can we get another leg down? To 60? Yes, 4,400. Reject. Close at 43.25. No. Yeah, this isn't too impressive. Yet. Although, it gets more impressive over 70. Come on. Just couple dollar pullback. Just stop buying calls for 10 fucking seconds. I hate these bounces because they jack the prices up on the calls so fucking fast. Okay. We got a couple more. Should I leave it here or move it up? Hmm. It's because they know. I may or may not have made enough today to make a minimum payment on a credit card to remain a portion whale. Nice. Appreciated, Mikey. Are you buying one DTE 4370 calls? Yes. But I'm trying to buy them cheap, which is very difficult when everyone keeps buying them. So I need some call sellers to get a little spooked here and sell a few of them. Call buyers. Would you When do you decide the difference between selling a put credit spread between versus getting a call debit spread? I mean, debit spreads are directional. Well, they're mostly a directional play, right? They're like a less capitally intensive directional play. And credit spreads are they're directional, but they're also flat. So your exposure is a bit different between the two of them. They're not the same. Aha! Filled. Boom. Let's fucking go. $43.70 for tomorrow. Ooh, but we're about to fail though. Shush. Get out here with your shill shit. 60 is super duper important. Yeah. I wish you well, but I'm holding puts. I have puts too. What time's the bond auction tomorrow? 1 o'clock? Just because I have puts doesn't mean I don't want it to go back to 43.80. Do you think they have any shot at 85.90 end of day? Not really, no. But, they're buying calls right now. Maybe. They need to buy a lot more 80 and 85s. They definitely have a shot at 75. Look how good that fill was, Doric. I'm already up. 3%, baby. As the resident risk manager, you should appreciate my patience in getting the better fill there. All right. I'm still not down on the 43.85. This market's so fucking stupid. That's because people are buying the shit out of it right now. Twat Waffle, what's up, man? Is it strange that my supplemental liquidity deposits happen after market hours? Uh, I mean, you can do them whenever, but if you prefer to do them after market hours, you can. You can actually deposit liquidity anytime you want as of 2021 per FINRA. March of 2022. My bad. They're buying so many 75s. I know. That's why I bought the 70. You want some serious degen shit, Dork? If we touch 80 today, I'm gonna sell the 75 or the no, I'm gonna sell the 65. Well, let's see how early we do it. I might sell the 70 for today. Calendar spread that shit. Well, there's Speed Racer. Doesn't it get too messy when everyone deposits their liquidity whenever they want? No. As long as everyone has pretty good aim, you know. You can't keep getting away with this. What now? Why not sell the 65 now? Gross. Is this a giant head and shoulders on the 15-minute? It always is. You could probably look at any 80 15-minute candles in the history of SPX and be like, that's a Head and Shoulders. You want to do that? We could do that. I'm kind of bored right now. Here's a Head and Shoulders. Here's the start of a Head and Shoulders. Wait, hold on. We have more. Here's a descending Head and Shoulders. Here's a little Head and Shoulders. Oh, there's another little Head and Shoulders here, but it broke out. Here's an inverse Head and Shoulders that came off of another Head and Shoulders and then created an inverse Head and Shoulders at the end. Here's another Head and Shoulders. Everything's a Head and Shoulders. Thank you. Why are you buying calls? This looks like garbage. Does it? Hmm. Seems fine to me. They're also for tomorrow. It's getting pretty close to not fine. I can always sell the like 60 or 65 against it, right? Actually, I could even sell the 15 or the 55. You know what they say? It ain't over till it's over. QQQ just dumped hard. Jimmy going to $14 now? Hmm. Ooh, it could turn it into a butterfly. Nah, not need to, right? They bought all the calls and then they got wiped out again. Dealer delta still negative. Is it just futures dumping? Yep. Less volume than earlier, though. All right, so if this breaks down, I'll sell the 55. Well, I guess I'll sell them. 60? How much is the 60 worth? 420. Jesus, calls are overpriced. Let's sell this 60 for 3. It's not too bad. Remember when you weren't certain on closing your 0 GTE calls? What a fun day it's been. I closed them. I unfortunately then closed the puts that I bought at 43.80. Holding those a little longer would have been nice. Ew. I was gonna say, that seems like an awfully big shift. Don't let the dream for 4,400 die. I don't care if we hit 4,400. I already sold those. I don't have any more 4,400 calls. Since I'm now a TA god about Head and Shoulders, can I be a quant? If so, I promise I'll only suggest 0 DTE, 50 BPS out of the money. No more disappointing. I'll make note of your offer, McChuggets. For tomorrow, I know today is lost. I only have 4370s for tomorrow. Whose prediction is the most correct so far this week? Let's take a look. I don't know. Dork got up yesterday, but today isn't down yet. Well, I guess it's down a little, but nowhere near 43.25. I got the upside part this morning, but we're both way off on, like, everyone's just way off on the projected range for the first part of the week. I guess we'll see how it goes later on. If we keep trading here, I really don't know. Like, we're all of our projections were like, for these 2 days, we're down between like 4,300 and 4,350. It's kind of down. It's just flat, right? Like, well, not even flat yet over the last 2 days, but close to flat. I guess we'll see who just ends up closest at the end of the week for the closing price. Interesting. Some names I recognized from a year ago are here. Makes sense though. Oh my god, it's meditation. What's up, dude? Are you still meditating? I think you know what the problem was? All of us assumed that there would be some effect from the charm falling off on Friday. So we didn't project the Monday bounce, right? Once I saw the options data that night, I was a little more like, oh, this looks bullish, but what is this, a rational market? TLT recovering while the rest of the market goes down. Someone's got to snap up those 20 years, right? It's okay. They're getting yields back under control. Not getting correlation back under control though. But at what cost? The future financial security of the US economy? 4,400's been hard to achieve and or off the table largely since last week's CPI data printed hotter, right? That doesn't mean they're going to stop trying for it, but it's definitely not going to be easy. And if bond vol spikes, they have to de-risk because the volatility demand will go up. And so what they're running into is when they pump it too hard, you're finding people that want to go long bonds and long vol, which makes the upside very difficult. They still need it because they still have a lot to de-risk, but it's definitely harder. I don't know. I'm not buying any TLT calls that are sooner than 2025.
Yes, close to 43.85. Yeah.
You see GME sub 14 by end of the week? Or should GME pump for OPEX? It generally wouldn't pump before OPEX. Maybe Friday morning. Like Friday it could, but generally speaking, no. It should continue to get shorted through at least most of Thursday. A little starting to gap up on the 5-minute. It's almost like it's really volatile. Oil turning positive for the day will help pumpers though. Russell's still holding 116 BPS. Dow's not getting hit too hard. Tech's still fucking volatile though. Dollar's moving a little bit negative now. Barely. It's mostly just flat. Pound's down a lot today. USD JPY at 149.75. The levels for today were pretty spot on. I need some of those tight boxes and fine lines. Chef's kiss. Thanks, Nick. I don't know. I'm still trying to. I'm still fucking with TradingView and trying to find out like which projection tool I like to use best. I don't like this one. Like I was using this one, but I don't like it because it incidentally gives me like a wider range than I want, and I can't adjust it, right? Like it'll always have that fixed point wherever you start it. And so like if I wanted open set there and then I wanted to tighten the range, you can't without like doing that, right? Like each line is fixed. So that one sucks dick. So yeah, I tried this one today instead. And this one's kind of cool because you can use it on like the 5-minute, right? Like as like or even the 1-minute. Like if we break up through, then you can, that's bullish. Breaking down, bearish. So I kind of like this one a little better. But we'll see. Oh, you flipped the bear signal. Oh, I see. Oh, wait, are you translating those over to SPX or reject off confirm, break up through bear signal into chop, take profits into bull signal confirm. I've been doing it for the last few days. Yeah, my futures levels are usually pretty good. I haven't traded futures in a long, like actively in a long time, but they're usually pretty accurate. No, it's not, Yaga. You can't have my magic boxes. Also, I already give you guys those. The left side of that trapezoid you use allows you to change the angle of the slopes. Yeah, but you're still like you can't accurately create a range, and then the offset side always has to be even, which isn't the case, right? Like my downside projection today is negative 45 BPS, right? Whereas like the upsides are 60 and 119, right? And so like the like you can only do equidistant with the other one. So you can't adjust each leg separately, and that makes it terrible for projecting prices. Like if you want 45 BPS down, then your top's going to be 45 BPS up from the 0 point. What's up, Mike? Where do you see us opening tomorrow? I don't know. We have a fucking war going on right now. A lot can change overnight. Delta neutral strategies are pretty awesome for reducing risk and positions carried. It's not quote war, it's a war. One of our allies is at war. They've declared war officially. So I mean, the validity of the conflict has nothing to do with whether it's actually declared as war or not. I don't care who they're fighting. I mean, don't get me started on the fucking Middle East bullshit. It's been going on for fucking half a century, almost a full century. It's just fucking everyone's evil, everyone's bad. All the political components are just dickheads. There's no winner. There's no winner, and there's no resolution without escalation. It's just a bunch of people being shitty to other people in whatever way is most advantageous to them. And it's never gonna fucking change. How can we make money off that? I don't know. Risk premium in oil seems like a way. Defense contractors, especially if it continues to escalate. Ah, Gherk, the optimist. I'm not. It's a battle that's raged for 1,000 years in different ways, right? More than. More than 1,000 years. Fuck it. If you want to de-escalate the problem, have RC invest in it. As an AP World History teacher, you got it spot on, Gherk. Thanks, Avi. Vic's tanking. Pumpies. Escalation is it started with rocks and evolved to cruise missiles. Well, that's That's the arms race for you. Yeah, religion sucks. It's killed far more people than it's saved. Why are they an ally? What did they ever do for us? They gave us a foothold in the Middle East, where all the oil is, right in the middle of it. Strategically important. How many people did we hurl to their deaths in fucking Korea to defend a hill? You think we're not giving it up? I'll tell you that much. We have our own oil. Why would you use your own? We have enough. It's untapped, but we have enough oil for ourselves. We're not going to use it. We're going to use everyone else's first. We didn't even make Israel a thing. I mean, the territorial rights were granted by the British. You know whose fault it is? It's the Ottoman Turks for fucking losing World War One. They fucked it all up. Israel's a way to take out Iran without a loss of American lives. If there was a full scale conflict between Israel and Iran, there would be U.S. involvement heavily. There would be U.S. lives lost, and then that shit would escalate with Russia and China. And you just get a world war. Yes, I know all about it, Astral. I didn't find out about the Israel-Palestine conflict last week. Fucking Zoomers. How does Fubo look? Oh, still covering going on. Pressure seems to be keeping up on the Russell, so nice actually. ES moving in for a test of 4400 again. Can we just blame Queen Victoria and her brood? I still think the blame rests solely with the Ottoman Turks. Imagine losing to the French in France. You bullish for the rest of the day and tomorrow? Define bullish. Do I think they can pump it more? Yeah. I'm up puts because I have no faith in humanity, and I have no faith in Amex customer service to fix my credit card. If you have an Amex Black Card, they should be on the phone with you immediately. I've never waited on hold more than like 2 minutes. And that's only like during the holiday season. Imagine losing to the French. Quote of the day. Don't the French have one of the best armies in the world nowadays? It's sure. The short list, there's a really short list of best armies in the world. And then there's other armies that are like, okay. So there's like, here's the army pie. And then you have like this is the US. This is China. This used to be Russia, but we actually found out Russia's more like this. And then this is all the other ones. Actually, you know what? There. That's more accurate. These are all the other ones. Do Iran? It's like you couldn't even identify it on here. It's gonna be like this. Yeah, Japan's been like bumping up their military a bit lately. It's still fucking tiny. I find it very hard to believe that you pay $5,000 annual fees for an Amex Black Card. I used to. I canceled it, but I used to. And it's more than that now. B of A earnings were kind of shit, huh? Gee, curious, Bean. What'd you expect? How did you start your career in finance? I made really good friends with one of my classmates whose dad was a VP at a fund. Um, and then rode the nepotism bandwagon all the way to town. I'm still friends with him. Now I own his grandma's house, and he's still a fucking moron. His dad, unfortunately, who was really cool, passed away. I mean, I learned Excel at one point in my life, and then I rose above it. That's how, you know, socioeconomic progression works. Where can I find such a friend? Most colleges in the US at any given time. Wild Willie winning. I can see your post, Wild Willie. Beat me to it. It was gonna happen eventually. Was your friend an equally DJing gambler before the dad's death? No, he didn't have any money. His dad wouldn't give him money. I mean, he had like rich kid money, but like not DJing gambler money. It's true, our VP here is rose above both Excel and even PDFs. I open all of them for him. You can't simply rise above Excel. Yes, you can. What indicator do you use on Reddit for GME? Are you talking about the tips? It's one we developed to track variations in primary and secondary market liquidity on GameStop. I met a guy with one arm and we became friends. Went to work for his father and now run the company. He and his dad are both gone. Samesies? Well, no, I quit and didn't end up running the company. So, and on that career path, you got me beat. You know, when you say it like that, it sounds really mean, Driver, and I don't like that. Cobra, welcome back to Pigeon Whale. I'm glad I was able to shame you into yet another month and one more burned credit card. I'll even give you a little. You get the icon and everything. Oh wait, that's the bullcock. Hold on. Nope. Yeah, that's the 0DT symbol. Hold on, I'll find it. There it is. My first year out of college, I earned 100K additional and set my career due to me knowing Excel. Now I've attained all my dreams here in the pickle jar. Are we gonna close around 44.65 today? I fucking hope not. I have 40, I have calls for tomorrow. That I would prefer. That I prefer to close in the money so they don't burn theta all night. I would say right now, our most likely closing prices are 70 and 75. Although, there's still 30 minutes for that to change. Big call buy-in here, by the way. I'm good with Excel. How do I get 100K? I don't fucking know. Get a job doing data entry? What does data entry pay nowadays? Like, can't you do like medical data entry for like 50 bucks an hour or something? Might be able to hit 100K with overtime. Yeah, 50 bucks an hour is like 100K, right? 50K? No? I don't know. Jobs in New York pay more money. Cost of living's higher. I was talking to the chick that was doing billing at my doctor's office, and she's making like 75 an hour. Or she's lying to me. Maybe I look like I need a sugar mama. Actually. That's what we pay, and you better be an Excel guru. See? There we go. I wasn't wrong. I'm not that out of touch. Is that your icebreaker? I think she was like humble bragging, actually. I already make over 100K, but I need 100K more. Sounds like you need to pick up a remote input position. That might pay a little less. I said medical. Don't hit me with the average. No, those are never right. Yeah, the average pediatrician makes 90 grand. According to the IRS. That's just because everyone lies on their taxes. $50 an hour times 80 hours, 26 pay periods, 104K a year before taxes. Yep, see? That's accurate. Being a surgeon is about the only job I can think of where you get paid less in desirable places than you do in the middle of nowhere. I may have chosen poorly. Just move to the middle of nowhere. Secret to making 10K a day in trading is start with 20K. It's a lot easier to make 10K a day if you have $1 million than it is if you have 10K. I want to update my payment info to get Dillionaire again. Oh, cool. Probably gonna lose my chat abilities again, but once a year to talk to the pickle is worth it. Wait, why the fuck did you lose your ability to chat in the YouTube? Sounds to me like she was ready to unzip and compare port sizes. I don't know. I wasn't. I'm not really good at picking up those signals. Do we take into consideration school loans when we choose a major? Make 100K but 250K in debt? I mean, that's all relative, right? Like doctors probably get the most in debt, but you can also pay off your student loans after like a couple years in practice. Whereas like someone who makes 100K might only go like 120 grand into debt, but they'll be paying it off for the next 15 years. Can you describe boss blunts in one word? Who? That fucking AMC idiot? Speaking of signals, whatever happened to that neighbor who brought over food? Did she find your stream and become destitute? Not yet. My wife has 50K in student loan debt for being a stay-at-home mom. She taking any courses in child psychology? Do you know what childcare costs? Just pay that shit off for her. Fucking Atomics over here spending like 20 grand a month on his 900 children. My mom went into serious debt going for a PhD and had some tight years, but she makes over 300K a year now. Nice. Well, you go in debt during the first 6 years of getting your master's and your undergrad, right? And then you get paid to do the PhD. What the fuck have I done with the past 25 months of my life? Hung out here. It's been pretty dope. Thanks, Posty. Let's be honest, this is more interesting than real life. Your name would be green, Wild Willie winning. How do I find the touching tips? I could show them to you. They're not currently touching. But they are getting closer to each other. Which is bullish. Two kids, 30K a year to have people care for them while I do this. In the Midwest, no less. See, it's ridiculous. I think we looked at the cost of childcare at some point, and it would have cost 25K per kid. That's insane. Been in a meeting most of the day. When do you think GME and Upstart start moving up again? Upstart's up today. If Upstart breaks 30, it's probably gonna move pretty hard. If you could eat one condiment for the rest of your life, what would it be? Dijon mustard. Manzanilla in Mexico? Have some self-respect. What? Are you still back at the olive part of the stream? What I miss? What's up, Trash? How you doing? 17 is lesser than 25. I learned TA on One Fish, Two Fish. Thank you so much, Yaga. Is it not findable on TradingView? Nope. You could publish it on TradingView so we could stop asking you about tips. Or not. Why does Yaga seem to have one of those monthly reminders every week? 5 different Dillionaire subscriptions. Why would you buy 100K of treasuries? Would you buy 100K of treasuries or give that money to Citadel? Wait, if I had the choice between the two, like Citadel doesn't take 100K investors, but if they did, I'd give it to Citadel. They make a lot of money when correlation goes up. Childcare is like a whole mortgage plus per kid. I'm thankful my kids are in primary school and then I have a vasectomy. Wife and I make 250 to 300K combined, and we're poor in Orange County. Our hospital C-suite makes like 700K. How long until you're part of the C-suite, turd? Like, how many more years of opening Excel files? The condiment's the only thing you can eat for the rest of your life. Still gonna pick mustard? Wait, no, that doesn't make sense. It's a condiment. Doing great. NOLA is awesome. My neighbor bought a tuba and has been practicing on their front porch at weird hours of the night. You should kick him in the head. I'd rather spend 100K on Kit Kat bars. The Japanese ones with different flavors. I didn't know they had sake ones. I've had the green tea and was it like the purple one, the fucking gourd or whatever, squash, potato. I would pick spicy Whataburger fancy ketchup. Ban Breton. Whataburger is just really not that good. Fuck you, Texas. Taro or ube? Probably taro. I was thinking ube, but I didn't want to say that in case it was wrong. I think I've had the yuzu one. Mountain yams, heckin' Japan. Do you remember to enter Yang yet? Those 12C are still 5 to 10 cents. Yes. Are you straddling into tomorrow? Yeah. Well, maybe strangling. We'll see. We'll see where the end of the day ends up here. Spaghetti flavored Kit Kats? That sounds disgusting. With or without sauce? Wouldn't you strangle versus straddle? Well, I figure VIX is at 18. I'm not probably going to get burned too hard by picking up a strangle here. If we test 70, I'll just buy the straddle. In and out animal style. Eh. $20-year hits 6% tomorrow or ban. That's ridiculous. Stop trying to get banned, Cobra. Just do what I do. Eat your spaghetti with Kit Kats like they're chopsticks. Ooh. Alright, $25 in 15 minutes. You can do it, clowns. No, they can't. They might be able to do 70 by close. It's Taco Tuesday, Taco Horny. Huh. SPX dropping, but QQQ flat. SPX is pretty fucking flat, too. Give me 43.71.50. Ooh. Bold. Is Kit Kat a type of lasagna? More of a calzone, right? Well, maybe not. Chocolate has carbs, but is it a carb? That's complex. I don't know. Maybe we could drop like a white paper or something. Try to define it. Just harass Girk to take his shirt off. Grim, you've been doing that for almost 3 years now, man. You're still not banned. Will GME ever get a green day, or is that impossible? I don't know. At some point. Maybe next week. I'm thinking about spaghetti a lot longer than 2 years. Hey, Daddy, it's our anniversary. Why don't you take that shirt off? God damn it. I'm not banning you either, trash. Why does everybody want my shirt off? I'm just like some object to you people. And underneath this is a person with feelings. Want the shirt off to see them bips? Roughly how much more money do you think you would make with an OnlyFans than you currently make trading? I don't know. What's the revenue split for OnlyFans? Yes, a person with feelings who feels like they want to take their shirt off. No, I don't. I don't want to take my shirt off at all. Shirt off is a leading indicator for GME share price. Last time it hit $200. Oh, did you get Gene for the bips? Nice, Dork. I almost thought he got away with it. I'm guessing 80-20, but nobody wants to see my junk, so I'll never know. You could always hire a urologist. Why take it off when you can rip it off? Reasonable. He would have if you didn't read it. Do you have 2 zippers? I don't even have 1 zipper. I'm wearing pajama pants. They just have a hole in the front. You never had a problem taking your shirt off previously around certain company. Alright, listen, Rims. I did not wreck your home. Alright? Whatever she told you is only partially true. I guarantee some of the patients I've seen were people who just wanted somebody to look down there. I try not to oblige whenever possible. Hey man, I've been working all day. Just a note here to remind you of your immense rugged handsomeness. Also, PSA, not much time left to get your scaping done before work is done. Well, I mean, hopefully most people still have an hour after the stream ends. Reckon there's still a play? I think I'm still up on most of my cap position. Well, close enough. I'm not worried about it. Did you sell your 30-day put from your straddle yesterday? Yep. I sold it this morning. Sometimes that happens. But I also sold the call side, which was super dope. And I sold the put side from Friday night. Some of these Yahoos have some serious work to do down there. Have they been sending you photos? I don't have a digital thermostat. I have one of the ones with the little, like, wire inside it. I only have 5 minutes for this to hit 4370, so I can leg into the other side of this straddle on these shitty 4370s I bought earlier today. What's cool about the war in Gaza is it's being streamed on YouTube. I can toggle between stocks and war while getting paid. Do you feel like Nicolas Cage? Hey, I did it. Haha! Look at me, dork. Getting rewarded for my awful entry. Boom. Now I'm gonna take my shirt off. Where did I buy it? I was like, you're right. Worth it. Say thank you, clowns. The longer I hold Jimmy, the more I think I'm into punishing myself. Might be a kink. Explore it. I entered 0 GT 4370 at 250. Added 10x at 25. My spread was briefly worth more than 5. Less than 5. But TOS wouldn't let me get that arbitrage. Crime? I mean, it's not TOS, right? It's the complex order book. And yeah, you'll never get that fill. I'll explore deep in the money CCs the next time Jamie gets within shouting distance of GM. Pretty fun. I've enjoyed them a lot. What about Fubo? Broke 270. I followed your 4370 play. I just closed them out for a small $240 profit. Nice. I'm I use them to I'm using them as the long side of my straddle for tonight. Are you still doing shorter dated calls, longer dated puts? I mean, I'm doing very short dated calls, but yeah. At this stage, do you only get to sell GME CCs once a month? No, I still sell them about every week. I mean, I never sell all of the position at once. I just like rotate parts of it. I sell like 10 to 15% in the money, which works out if the price goes down, and then the rest of them are staggered out of the money at various expirations. They should all be expired by Friday. I'll have to double check. I might have some that I accidentally sold a bit further out, but I thought about doing the same with the straddle, but I wasn't 100% on my thought process, so I took the win. Good enough. Please show us the Jimmy tips at the end of the day and give us a glimmer of hope. We'll take a look at GME in the wrap up. We got a couple of minutes. Well, so far nailed the closing price, so that's cool. Is that tomorrow? Oh, that's today. Thank you, Dork. Wait, what time is that? No, okay. What if we close right at delta neutral? Ding ding. The day is done. And we did, in fact, close right at delta neutral. Uh, well, 30 cents below it, but close enough. All right, let's take a look at stuff. So, we landed kind of in the middle of the bearish and slightly bullish projections for today. The brief break above delta neutral was met with a breakdown of it and then a return to mean. So, yeah, I mean, still kind of just sideways with de-risking on the upside, right? Which has been the case for, well, a while now. Although we did move into a higher high. We'll see if the interest above 4,400 continues to persist into tomorrow. I expect it probably will. We have a 20-year auction tomorrow at 1 o'clock, which is the last of the duration auctions, well, at least for this scheduled series. And if it comes in with a tail on it, that might spook the bond market again, and that could lead to some sell-offs. So we'll keep an eye on that. Overnight, ES is probably just going to hold 4,400. I don't think we're going to get a lot of overnight movement. But negative data out of China might have some effect. China has a bunch of reports tonight. Their GDP for Q3, industrial production, retail sales, GDP growth rate, and their unemployment rate are all coming out tonight, and that's going to be a lot of data, all of which is expected to be pretty bad. And they'll probably lie about some part of it, if not all of it. Then for so RSP and Dow kind of holding the fort down today. Dow actually closed up. SPX closed 1 bip down. And RSP up 50 BPS today. So a lot of the breadth padding the losses in tech due to Biden's announcement first thing this morning that the current set of NVIDIA chips being sold to China are now banned. That's going to present some problems for them, whether they're ready to admit it or not. But I'm sure they'll figure out a way to fraud their way through it. GME's tips are continuing to contract. They haven't crossed over yet, but this is a good sign. XRT came off reg show right about was right about here actually. And since then we've been moving down pretty consistently. So and without any improvement in liquidity in the two largest GME ETFs, I would say that most of the shorting occurring right now is occurring through the lending pool. Over the next few days, if that shorting is to continue, hopefully we'll see some change in the borrow rate. Although I do think short sale availability on GME is currently quite high. The borrow rate's been pretty low for some time now. But we'll continue to watch those, and we'll continue to watch the borrow rate. We'll see what happens over the next couple of days. Upstart's still getting illiquid, and it's almost as illiquid as it was prior to the May earnings when it started squeezing. This also may present some opportunities during the OPEX period. While there isn't a lot of actual short interest on Upstart, there is a lot of volatility short interest on it. That shorted it down from its previous high. They're about due to start covering. They've been shorting through this entire time series, right? And if those start to get blown off, what long shorts did come in will start to get pressured. $30 is very important there. I would argue that this has probably way more potential than GME, but the risk of it not running is probably a little higher as well. Especially with NVIDIA kind of shitting the bed. That's going to open up some liquidity and bots, and that may not be so great for them. Fubo, very illiquid, getting covered. Russell's running. It looks pretty good. Might test 3. Might even go a little higher. We'll see how that plays out over the next couple of days, but they're already starting to cover on it, and I would expect that they would want to cover the majority of any outstanding short positions before earnings, since the last few earnings have been pretty good, and they probably wouldn't want to carry that risk forward. I think that's about it for the tips. Yeah. We can take a look at, so the 10-year up today with the market flat. 10-year up quite a lot today. VIX correlations continuing to fall off a little bit, but that's going to happen anyway as we approach tomorrow's the monthly expiration for VIX, and we should see correlation pick up on VIX into the end of this week, and hopefully we'll print higher or about even with the prior week. I think Friday is the most likely day for us to see that happening. Also, the volatility of VIX is starting to correlate a little bit better with the futures contract. So we're seeing some of that vol control market-wide start to fall off. And part of that's the de-risking that we've been seeing on our upside moves. Move, I don't think I have a print for this yet today, but it looks, I do. Okay, it still looks pretty flat. It's up a little bit from yesterday, but not a ton. Nope, it's just flat on yesterday. Up from Friday. That's still making it difficult for them to turn around correlation, but they are trying to keep bond volatility as suppressed as they can. You'll see that when our yields spike, they revert, and they're trying to keep that bond vol from picking up so they can continue the dispersion trade and de-risk their Vega positions, right? And yeah, we see that most here really with the forward returns, or the forward yield of VIX versus the bond curve. Hold on, there's someone at my door. And then yeah, correlations kind of picking up, but still in the lower range. And Dixie still out of trend. Tonight's data out of England, I believe, inflation data may have some effect on that. So keep your eyes open for that, and then I'll have Pickles Picks updated tonight. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I appreciate it, and I'll see you bright and early tomorrow. Have a great night, everybody.